Good morning, good morning. Hope everyone had a nice weekend. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to stream as much as I would have liked to last week. I think we only did streams on Monday to Wednesday. But we managed to complete this task, and I'm very happy with the result. So we're going to close this one down. So what we have now is we have a system in place that fundamentally or basically works exactly like the old system, but it's implemented in a much simpler and better way and way more extendable, right? But we're missing some of the functionality of the old system. And the reason for this is because the functionality related to the player was very ingrained in the old action classes. This time around we have taken all of that and we're going to pull it out and put it into its own class and just differentiate between action and actually playable entity controls, so to speak. Yo, what's up, Derek? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. So we started just planning a little bit here. I had a hard time last Wednesday to put my thoughts to paper. For some reason, I found it incredibly hard. Hopefully, I won't have that problem today. I'm just going to open up a document here. There we go. So, I think a very good example of what we're going to do is terraform. So terraform is an action that entities can do. Playable entities and non-playable entities. For playable entities, though, we need for playable entities, we're gonna change like the full control scheme is gonna change. So by default, if the character is just running around, we have WASD on PC and maybe space to jump. But once the playable entity pulls up the shovel and starts terraforming, we're going to add a hell of a lot of new controls, deciding the size of whatever we have and so on and so on and so on. So the control scheme is going to change depending on what action the playable entity is doing, and that is what we're going to implement today. So it's pretty much going to be some sort of wrapper class. I think we're going to take input to action and remake it a little bit. So we extend it and add some more functionality to it, and we're also going to make it we're going to make it have some subclasses. So if we take a look at simple actions like pick up or sit, they don't really need no additional UI information. They're pretty basic, while terraform and place is gonna need a lot of UI feedback. So yeah, I'm thinking let's just start working on this and see where it takes us. Yo, what's up, PG King? How was your weekend? My weekend was very good, very good. Hope you had a wonderful weekend as well. PG King had a great weekend as well. Oh, nice to hear, nice to hear. Before I start creating a class here, though, I would love to be able to, like, describe the task. A little bit better than we have. We'll just do an example here. I'm going to do Terraform example. Player instantiates player starts Terraform action for playable entity. Some controls for playable entity will be disabled. New controls for playable entity will be enabled. So new controls, Terraform related. New controls, Terraform related. It's better to have this one here. New controls for playable entity, Terraform related, will be enabled. Show new controls for player. Adjust Terraform action based on input. I don't know, show. I'm just trying to... Murat, what's up, what's up? Hope you had a great weekend as well. Like, I'm just trying to write what I'm thinking here. So, like, let's run this. Yo, what's up, Jax? Hope you had a wonderful weekend as well. When we run around here, we have the default control scheme. So right now we only have a button for jump. And yeah, I know it's Q right now, not the best option. If we highlight something, we get the control for those, and it's just simple action instantiation. But then let's say that we pick up a shovel and we start terraforming. If we start terraforming, we probably want to hide these, like we want to disable the old control scheme. So this one. And then we want to enable new controls for playable entities. So we might be getting Q and E for changing the size of, or actually scroll wheel for changing the size of the terraform, shift scroll wheel to change the height of the terraform, and stuff like that. We're going to get a new control scheme, and we need to show that to the player. And yeah, and then when the player enters these new inputs, we need to adjust the terraform action and then show the adjusted values to the player as well. And this is just not for Terraform. Like this wrapper class, we want it to work for place and Terraform right now are the big two, I guess. But I don't doubt that we will have additional ones in the future. Yeah, so Action Place Visualizer. We're gonna wait with this one. This was something we did at the end of Wednesday's stream. Input to action. Okay, so we're gonna start real simple. We are gonna create just for the most simple controls. So I'm gonna create a new folder here, and we're gonna call it Playable Entity Controls. Is that good? Playable Entity Action Controls. That's pretty descriptive. Playable Entity Action Control. Yeah, let's start with something like that. But then I want to play a playable entity place control. Playable entity place action control. Game input. For differentiating between input and user interface here. I think we're going to move this one to user interface. Are we? Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. 100%. Okay, no namespace here. I'm having a neighbor that is doing some remodeling in the, so I don't know if you can hear it, but hopefully not. Okay, so we're gonna want to pair two things together here. We're gonna want to pair action type and input definition together. Okay, I want to add namespace here as well, but we're not going to do that today. So for now, it's going to look like so. For the most basic one, so the base class, here I want to be able to in the editor select what we're gonna have. But for the subclasses, I want it to be defined in the class pretty much. Yo, good morning, Harukanan. One sec, I just need to run AFK real quick. What the fuck, I have a neighbor that is doing some remodeling and it's getting on my nerves. The constant drilling, what the fuck. If it doesn't break, like if it doesn't stop within a half an hour or something like that, I'm gonna have to call it. Like, I'm gonna go insane if not. But yeah, let's just try for like 30 minutes, see where we end up. Would love to play Dexa. Yo, what's up, Diligence, Humility? I am fine, thank you for asking. Hope you're well as well. Okay, playable entity action control. This is basically going to be a link between an input type and an action type. And I've been wondering, so the idea is that, where do we have playable entity? The idea is that playable setup, this, what we're doing now is going to replace both of these. So instead we're gonna have something like this. And for instance, we can see here that we have something like game actions, focus action. We get this action, and then we add, like, we tie input to that action, and then we add a listener as well to that action, so we highlight whatever is being focused. The idea is that we're going to put all of this in a class, so that is probably going to be playable entity action control. Input definition. So we're going to have a playable entity focus action control. Yeah, what's up, Fentanyl? Nice name. Can you add 6-7? I have no idea what that means. point. Okay, so maybe a good start point would be to implement playable entity focus action control. Yeah, we also want to make this one. Let's see here. Abstract, sorry. Oh, actually, no. I want to do virtual, don't I? Yeah, we do. So why isn't it? Don't you specify virtual? Okay, I get it. Thank you, Murat. I'm not having the best day, honestly, but appreciate it. There we go. Okay. So let's leave that for now. We're gonna wait with this one as well. Let's just start by doing playable entity focus action control and see where we end up. For focus, this would look something like, we're definitely gonna check input handler. So we don't want to get action like this, and then we don't want to do... Oh, actually, one sec. Yeah, I think... I don't know how specific we need to be. I think... yes, okay, so for this one we do input handler dot handler dot... what do we have? Pointer, focus event, add listener, action, but here we need to cast it, unfortunately. Maybe that's okay. I wonder if we want to do it like... we're gonna see what happens, because I probably want to split it up, like instantiate the link to the actual inputs as one method, and then instantiate the UIs, so the visual feedback to the player, as one group. But we'll see. Maybe what I just said doesn't make that much sense, but let's see if I can show it here. Private void focus show visual feedback, maybe. That's what we had previously. I wonder if we want to do focus action on process change, add listener. I would love if we could make this into a generic action, if we could use a generic action method here instead, but I don't know what that would be. Start. Oh, actually, target detected set. Yeah, that's true. It is extremely nice that this one is only called, or is only set from within, actually. We'll see. Like, this is one of those things that we do a lot, so we might just... I wonder if I just want to add in action, instantiate get. Yeah. Public bool is in state. State. And then public bool is processing. Return is in state. Something like this. I think that would be... Put it on one line. Maybe. So this one is what we're trying to get rid of right now. But let's change it. And we have the new one here, yeah. Okay. Show visual feedback. So right now, the only reason we cast this one to game actions focus, or to focus, is because of this one. Like, we want to do point to focus event here should change the target here. We'll see how it looks for the other playable entity action controls. How specific we're gonna be. I think it would be much cleaner if we didn't need to cast it like this. But we'll see. Yo, what's up, Booyah? Hope you had a wonderful stream, man, and thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. How are the, let's see if I remember correctly, quest implementation? Or quests? Something with quests in Alpine Lake going. Grandma, good. Been like 2 months of adding quests and story. Have probably another 2 or 3 months to go. Oh, damn nice. Very nice. Well, I wish you luck with all of that content. Yo, what's up, Harukanen? I guess you can. Okay, so over on this stream, we're currently working on, or we spent the last couple of weeks redoing our action system in this game. Just how everything, or just a system for different actions for our entities in the game. And right now, we're trying to implement a more streamlined way of giving the player visual feedback of these actions. So that could be if we pick something up and we want to start placing it, we want to give some feedback to the player, like where we're placing the object and how it will look, instead of just having it like this. And also when we terraform, we want to show some visual feedback. We have had this in game previously, but I'm cleaning up some code, modularizing it a little bit, and yeah, just streamlining it. That's pretty much it. So the idea is to pretty much, so for each, or for some of these actions, the ones that need more visual feedback, we're gonna have like wrapper classes that takes whatever the action is doing and showing it to the player. Terraforming and decorating, hell yeah. Core gameplay mechanics right there. Alright, Booyah Grandma, enjoy that walk with the dog, and thank you once again for the raid. I appreciate it. Okay, so like right now, this is the only reason we actually cast this one. If we could change the target any other way, so we don't need to cast it, it would be a little bit cleaner. But as I said, we're gonna wait until we have implemented a few more of these before we start focusing on stuff like this. Right. Yo, what's up, Diggy? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. And welcome to the stream. Yo, what's up, Spius? Hope you had a wonderful stream. And thank you for the raid, as always. Appreciate it. So as a wrapper, this one is pretty simple so far. Pretty much what we do is we take the focus action. Yeah, Booyah Grandma was here like 2 minutes prior. Thank you, appreciate it. You too. What's up, Stolz? What are you doing here? We are big picture. We're developing a creature management type of game. Think Viva Pinata, Chow Garden, Tamagotchi. More specifically today, we're refining the system between, or the layers between player input and playable entity action, pretty much. So it's just, I want to better show for the player how certain actions are done. So like placing this table, we want to visualize it, or before we terraform, we want to visualize how it will look when we terraform and so on. And as I just said previously, we had this in place. I'm just refining it, making it a little bit nicer. PG King, so many nice people coming in. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes. So let's see here. The idea is that this one, I'm not entirely sure about the name just yet, but this one will replace these. So we're gonna have to add some visual button maps to this one as well. Yeah, button map. I don't think we're gonna go button map, but we're gonna go button map item. Yeah, I think we can reuse this one. Do we use prefab for these? That's another question. So for a brief second, I thought about letting each of these have its own button map item. So the visual feedback to the player that shows if you click this button, this happens. I'm talking about, maybe we should have this. So I'm talking about these. So right now we instantiate 4 and then we reuse them. I don't know exactly how this will look in the future. I think we're gonna do it. Yeah, they are extremely simple. Maybe we can just skip the prefab stuff and just create them like this. Actually, for now, it's pretty much placeholder stuff, visual information. Thank you. We have any default values for these? We just do create. Might be a nice way to go about this without setter functions. Yeah, I think we're just gonna do it like this, pretty much. Yo, what's up, Love? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. It's a slow Monday, you know, and my damn neighbor is doing some remodeling as well, so I'm under constant drilling sounds over here, but other than that, it's fine. It's a pain indeed. A bit of touristing. Oh, you're out and about. Like, I wonder if I can just take... Yeah. I wonder if I can just take this one and create something similar. The problem being that I want to have... you know what, we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna wait a bit with this one, visual control. Let's just take the simple route this time around. And do... we can leave this one, but we have game data... you know what? I'm probably just gonna do this for now. Game data manager. Let's just add... just add a prefab here. What was it? Button map item. Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Unity engine? Or is it game object? Fuck, I haven't done this in a while. There we go. Or is it? It's game object, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, then when we have this one, we need to set a few things. Yeah, we have always hide as well. Let's wait with that one. Set button display string. Set button information. Where do I set the actual button? This one. Do I set it in off? Yeah, I do. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess that's gonna be a little bit nicer this time around as well. I need to change one of these as well, but let's go with it like this for now. Yeah, we can do action, description. What I wonder here is, can we manage to have this sort of wrapper-ish class and make it work without having a constant reference to the action it's controlling? I don't think we can. At least not... At least not for place and terraform. Because when we're gonna place and terraform stuff, we need to push a lot of information down to the action, as well as pull a lot of information from the action. So it might actually be best to have a reference to the action as well. Although... if we do that, then definitely, of course, we want to have a... Of course, we want to have a reference to the actual game actions focus. Yeah, we do. I wonder if... Okay, we might do it like this instead. We have an abstract base class. I wonder if I want to call these action control visualizer. Or actually just maybe just action visualizer. But that's not its only purpose. Okay, we're probably going to rename them down the line. But I'm thinking of having, so playable entity action control, and this one is an abstract class, and then we go with playable entity generic action control, and then we have playable entity focus action control, and so on and so on and so on. But I'll rename it now. I want to drop playable entity at least. Action wrapper. Fuck it. But I really do like, the main purpose of it is visualizing stuff, right? It's visualizing the action itself and the feedback to the player. But naming it like action visualizer, it's not enough. Okay, so this one we're gonna make abstract. And then we're gonna have public abstract. Actually, we're gonna make this protected. Abstract instantiate input. Instantiate input is probably enough, and we're gonna call it void. Diggy just noticed, quote, I'm thinking something with balls, unquote. Yeah, I know. Thought it was. Had some wit to it. Something like this. But that's pretty much what these visualizers are gonna be. Or this part here is why I'm saying it's not only a visualizer. It's, I don't know, some sort of input handler as well, I guess. But button map item we're gonna instantiate here. Same with these, I guess. Maybe not actually. Maybe. This one is gonna be public. I'm not gonna serialize it. And then in the end of this instantiate, we're going to do instantiate input and instantiate visual feedback. So here I want to split this one up to protected, override. And then I want to move, hate the fact that we're doing getting input handler twice. One sec. We're going to do it like this. Instantiate input, but we're going to send this one in. Oops. Maybe. Okay, I do want to change this name to instance. Let's just not do it now. Okay, and then I want to move. This we're definitely going to do soon. Link action, instantiate input, instantiate visual feedback. This still feels a little bit... Here as well, that's true. Do I want to wait with this one? Actually, let's keep it like this for now. Instantiate game data manager. Yeah, it's just temporary. If we don't have it, we don't have a prefab. But if we do, we instantiate it. But we must have an input handler as well. And then we just set the display string and information, like the default values. Then we call link action, instantiate input, and instantiate visual feedback, because all of these are going to have the generic action visualizers. They will just take the action and store a reference to it. Or maybe not even that. But the focus action visualizer, for instance, instantiate input, instantiate visual feedback, and protected override link action. So this one. First of all, here we're gonna have a private game.actions.focus action. And in link action, we're gonna do we pretty much want to do this, but what happens if it's not focus? Then we just return wonder if I wanna, if we get to this, it would just create a new focus action or something like that. I don't know. Because I want to be able to call this one later on, knowing full well that it's not, that it's something. Oops. I mean, this looks a little bit better. Fucking the truth is, for focus action visualizer, we don't even need a reference to this one. We just add links, or we just add listeners, and then we're done. Maybe we want to disable it. I don't know. Yo, what's up, GDs? Back to UI. One could say we're not gonna prettify the UI. But we're gonna lay the foundation for it. So the thing is, you know that we've been like reworking the action system these past couple of weeks. And part of that was to modularize the action system a bit. So we pretty much took all of the UI or player related stuff within the actions. We just janked them out, and now we're like implementing an additional layer between input and action. And this one will handle all the feedback to the player and stuff like that. Just cleaning it up a bit. Although I do want to make, like, I'm really itching to do some nice UI work soon. I have a UI concept for an inventory I really want to experiment with. More layers of abstraction. You can never, I would like to say you can never get enough abstractions, but you definitely can. Like, one layer is enough. I'm kind of wanting to do UI. What the heck is wrong with you? Yeah, maybe I'm losing it. Maybe I am. But I have a really fun... I think I have a really fun little inventory UI thing I want to try. Probably gonna... or experiment with. Like GDs, I want to be here when you get to the inventory part. I might have a thing or two to say, and I will definitely listen to those things. You come from experience, right? Diggy, I used to love UI designing. WPF/XAML. Is WPF, is that WordPress related? Or Windows, what? Oh, is it Windows Presentation Foundation? XAML, I do recognize though. Smack GDs, I'm currently porting my framework from singletons to scriptable objects. Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds nice. Yo, what's up, JJ Gamer? Hope you're having a wonderful Monday. Smack GDs, what are the pros and cons according to you between your old singleton based framework and the new scriptable object based one, like what prompted you to change? JJ Gamer, this is Unity, so C#. GDs, I'm not the biggest fan of SO, but it's currently the Unity way of doing things, and I just have to comply. And that's pretty cool of you, though. I like scriptable objects. JJ Gamer, what do you have against Unity? And Smack GDs, people prefer to drag and drop instead of writing code. Yeah, definitely. Cavino, maybe non-developers to that. Yeah, that's probably true. Okay. JJ Gamer, I just prefer blueprint coding. Hadouken game designers can't code, they can click and drag. I don't know about that. Can't they can script, can't they? I would think that scripting would be like a game designer would need to be able to script some simple stuff. What the fuck do I know? Okay, action visualizer, focus action visualizer. I want to try, we're going to implement the generic one, the place one, and the Terraform one, and then we're going to try and replace the old system in playable entity and see what we can get. Generic action, general action maybe, is a better term for it. Generic. Okay, we're gonna leave a reference to the action here as well, although I'm not entirely sure we need it. Shit, input. Mm. I am a little bit worried about this one. What do we do here? Um, yeah, we used to call invoke here. Did we do it outside of this one as well? Button map item, set button display, input to action, bind button map. Yeah, here. Input handler, bind action to input. Mm-hmm. Mm. We're gonna need to do something like this, but maybe. So I think in enable, I would like it to be bind action. So for generic, it's just gonna be as simple as we need to use that input handler at all times. I really do want to rely on input handler, conditionals like this. Maybe we can do it here. Bind action to input. So if we enable this one, then we bind the action to input, and if we disable it, we unbind it. So for generic action visualizers, it will be, yeah, this is pretty much everything we will do. But for focus is also going to be pretty simple, I reckon. We're going to take a look at this one. I guess we want to replace this one, don't we? Yeah, maybe we do. Hey, what's up, that B person? Fell asleep and ended up here. Yeah, sometimes you get thrown around on Twitch for show. Yeah, fucking instantiate input. Yeah, we don't want to have that one. We're gonna do that on enable and disable instead, and we're gonna do null conditionals for input handler. Yeah. Enable disable. Toggle action. What did we have? Input to action, invoke. Oh yeah, if it's processing, we do stop, otherwise start. Visual feedback. Instantiate visual feedback for this one. I don't even know what that would be currently. For focus and place in Terraform, it's pretty straightforward. Actually, let's put this one as a to-do for now. Honestly, this is pretty nice, although like we need to update the button display string and button information at some point. We're probably gonna do it like this. Let's see. This is coming together quite nicely. Detected, void, update. Okay, for now we're gonna call it update button map item, but might want to rename these later on as well. Oh fuck, we don't have the action here. That is true. But do we have this set button display string? Action type. Ooh. Don't we need to implement this one? Let's do... No, 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 no. Fuck. Mm, yeah, I think we're gonna do it like this here. Because the thing is, so like when we define these on the playable entities, we're not gonna drag and drop link them to their action. We're gonna do that by code later on, but we do want to define the type here. So we're going to do private game.actions.type type, and then we just return type here, and then yeah, of course. So action reference, beautiful. And for this one, we don't set it. Instead, we do like this one is pretty much set in stone. Like this. Okay, something like that. Because let's see here. Do I have an error? Yeah, we have this one. Action reference, get description. But this one, we need to call this one every now and then. I guess we want to call it on enable. We're gonna get to when we want to call this one actually. Okay, I want to continue with this, but I'm gonna need to run and make a new cup of coffee, so be right back. A few minutes. Sorry about this. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see. Um, yeah. Ooh, I think this might actually look real nice. We're gonna try. I'm just gonna implement Terraform Action Visualizer now. And we're gonna see how it looks. I'm still a little bit unsure how the actual communication and stuff is gonna look inside of, where do we have it? Playable entity. But I'm still pretty sure that it's gonna look better than this. I hope that none of the drilling my neighbor is doing, it's in cement or something like that, is getting through. I hope my filters at least reduces it, because I'm almost going insane here. It's been going on non-stop for like 2 hours right now. God damn. Yes. Terraform Action Visualizer. Like this one, it actually comes with a few extra setups, I guess. Oh yeah, it does. But it makes me wonder if I just sat down and read through the new Unity input system once again, I might be able to utilize it even a little bit better than we currently are. I'm pretty sure. But I don't really want to do that right now, so we're gonna continue on this and see how it turns out. I think it's gonna be good. Stable. Okay. Like, I hate when we automatically implement the base class or whatever, the abstract class, that we get, it starts using the namespace. I like when it's explicit like this. think it looks nice. Oh yeah, here we want to do... yeah, here we're gonna have a ugly cast. I don't know if we can get around this in some way, but this is how it's going to be for now. Action is game actions, terraform, return, and this one we want to rename terraform action. Okay. Enable and disable. So we do a hell of a lot of different stuff here. I wonder how the action terraform looks right now. Update terraform point. Okay, so all of these: update terraform point radius, update terraform strength, update terraform style, update terraform type. Yeah, all of these entry points is something we're gonna call these inside of Terraform Action Visualizer. Visualizer is just not enough in the name. But anyway, so for each of these, we're going to have a new set of controls we want to link to, or we want to enable, and we also want to visualize it to the player in some cool way. I don't know. This one is pretty straightforward. I don't know about this one, maybe. Yeah, like in best case scenario, we would be able to visualize all of these by just a marker on the ground. But that might be a little bit over optimistic. But this makes me wonder. So generic, or we can take action that this here button map item, I think we're gonna have to move this one to generic action, which now we're gonna keep this one here, but like apart from this one, a lot of these actions are gonna have additional button map items, you know. So for place, it's going to be rotate, or for terraform, it's going to be... Yeah, so we want to show... Like for all of these methods, we want to show... So this one, for instance, is currently shift scroll. So then we want to show shift scroll to change the radius. Terraform strength, I think this is control scroll. So then we want to like... That's not the final keybinds, but like we want to show the current keybinds visually to the player. So like while generic action visualizer might only have one button map item, or all of them are going to have one, Terraform action visualizer might have... What's this? At least 4. At least 5 then, so 4 plus 1. But okay, let's see. Terraform action visualizer. I'm just going to bring on my second monitor, I just want to bring up the old implementation for Action Terraform, because I want to see what controls we subscribe to. Action, Interaction, Terraform. Okay, let's see. So it's gonna look something like this. Is this Terraform Action Visualizer? We are gonna have in enable it's going to be one extra jump, actually. It's going to be a very big chain, because the first method we do, then we want to convert context or Unity Engine .input system .context or whatever it is to just a scale delta. So we're going to have similar methods here as well, much like we did show visual feedback. Private toggle, so very similar to this, but I'm okay with that. So let's see here. We're gonna have a private void Terraform Action Visualizer, Action Terraform. Let's just copy these and rewrite them. Or actually, oh, beautiful. I think I've already, okay, I think I've fixed this in input system, or have I? Yeah, I think we can do it like this. So enable, here we do input handler, pointer focus event, let's add listener. And then of course we want to have a Terraform brush visualizer. Where do we have this one? Do we actually have it on environment Terraform? I don't know if it fits here. Visualize terrain, visualize Terraform brush. This one, I'm a little bit... would love if we don't need to have this here. Mesh filter, do we really? Mono behavior. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have something like this. Still wondering about this one. I just need to double check. Is it object? Okay, we have this one. Add listener Terraform brush visualizer. Do I just want to call it brush visualizer? One sec. Oops. So this one we want to mirror our in Terraform action. We have a brush, so we just want our visualizer to mirror this brush basically. This one is public get, so that's good. So yeah, it's this one. So when we add a listener here, basically we want to do Terraform action dot brush dot, so pointer focus event. That's just we change the position of the pointer. If we do that, we just want to set set brush position. But then we have new position. We get a point here. You know what? I think we're going to do this. That's one thing we want to listen to. Another thing is brush, scalar event, the first one. And what we want to do then is we want to change the radius, which is Terraform action dot brush. Change brush radius, and I think scalar event leaves us with a float, so that works for this one. And then we're gonna have to remove all of these when we disable it. Yes. And then we have scalar event secondary. scalar secondary event. I think this is shift scroll. So here we want to do update. What is it? Change brush strength. And then we have scalar tertiary. And for this one, we want to do update terraform style. So change brush texture index. And that's about it. And finally, I think we want to do scalar quaternary event. I don't know, terraforming involving, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4 scale events. And we might need to rework how this will be done in gameplay, definitely. But the last one is brush mode. And that's about it. And then we don't have the visual elements for these just yet, or the UI, but we will get to it eventually. Okay, so I have some drilling in the background. I just want to let you know that I might not be talking as much as I usually do. I just want to spare you this drilling sound when it gets too loud. Okay, but anyway, now we have actually changed the actual Terraform brush, so the one in Terraform action.brush, but we haven't altered Terraform brush visualizer. And somewhere around here we definitely need to do that. We could take the easy way out, right? We could do, or I guess we couldn't since we're not mono behavior, but one could think that we could just update it every frame and make it mirror whatever values we have in here. One sec. But okay, since we're not working with mono behavior, that wouldn't be the easy way out. We would have to inject some sort of routine. I have no idea. But we could also add a second listener to all of these. Like, and anytime this or this or this or this or this happens, we also update this one. Oh, I should have thought about this from the get-go, because I think... Okay, I think we're gonna do this. Like, this would actually look way nicer as well, wouldn't it? Now we have Terraform Brush Visualizer, so this is where we could put it. Am I tired or am I tired? We could just send in the brush as a beautiful reference here. And there we have it. We just do it like this. Instantiate visual feedback. Beautiful. Link action. Nice. Um, Okay, the last thing, so Terraform Brush Visualizer, this one is built in such a way currently that we need a reference to the base, the terrain base we are visualizing. And that is pretty much only to get the terrain delta. Yo, what's up, Parrot? And these, of course. So we could do this. And then here we could do in enable. Parrot, why did people use Internet Explorer for? I have no idea, actually. I don't even know what that is. Okay, we can do it in enable, I think. At this point, our Terraform action should have a terrain reference, but like it's pretty rough. I guess enable, yeah, let's do it here. So then we do Terraform brush visualizer set visualized terrain, and here we do Terraform action hot target. Is that one also private? Yes. But I guess in that case we could... One sec. And maybe we should just use these. Update, 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 update. Then we get a few of them. Point radius, did we get this one? Terraform strength, this one we have. Update terraform style. And then finally the position. One sec though. Do we really need to... Yeah, we have focus here. I don't think we need to listen to this one, actually. Yeah, what's up, PG King? Hope whatever you were occupied with went well. The dev is going pretty good. All the drilling going on at my neighbor's side. Like, I try not to be too optimistic, but I think we can get this in place, maybe even tomorrow. PG King, we can't hear anything if that helps. That definitely does help a little. It's fucking pain here. Right now it's a little bit silent though. But I'm guessing it will start soon again. I wonder... nothing. Oh yeah, here we were. So visualize terrain, terraform action. Yeah, okay, so I'm wondering if, like, I want to get whatever this one. I want to get this one. Because I want to get this terrain here. But to do that, we need to make this one gettable, public gettable, and I'm not entirely sure. Maybe we might as well. Because then in Terraform Action Visualizer, we can do set visualize terrain, terraform action dot target terraformable dot terrain. And then we also do terraform brush visualizer set show hide. Yeah. And then we do show here. So when we enable, we show this one. And here we do terraform brush hide. I like the look of enable and disable so far. I think it looks good. Can I try these? Maybe I can, maybe I can't. Let's see. Maybe it's about time. Yeah, I think we can begin visualizing these, but yeah, let's do it. But first we need to make selectable in the Unity editor. So we're gonna make all of them serializable. And then in playable entity, we want something similar to this. Action controls, action visualizers. So in playable entity here, we're gonna have action visualizers. And once again, it sucks a little bit because we're gonna have to go through all of these. Or we could... This is probably, like I mentioned previously, we need some priority between these. If there are multiple ones that uses the same input. Is this a good way to do? Let's go Terraform Action Visualizer, now into generic. So inspect, for instance, that's just a generic one. So then it's a matter of if it's a action first, second, third, or fourth. I guess this is south, button south, east, north, west. So do it like that. And it's gonna be inspect, and then we have to set it up for all of them, but I think it's okay. I just wonder how I want to handle the priority. Is that something I want to specify here, or somewhere else? Mm. How do I want to solve the priority? Initially, I thought of having it like just have them ordered in this list, depending on their priority. But that feels a little bit unclean since we're mixing actions first and thirds and so on. We could add So previously, in the old system, we actually had it in action type. We had a priority number here tied to it. Not a big fan. If we're gonna have it somewhere, I think we should definitely have it in action visualizer. Priority, the higher the better, or... Or then again, I'm wondering if, like, can I base the actions themselves? Is it natural that some of them comes before other ones? These action visualizers are gonna have to talk to each other as well, because we don't want to enable... We don't want to enable two action visualizers that use the same input type at the same time, you know? And that would have been easy if all of them just used one input type. But Terraform Action Visualizer actually use multiple ones. It uses one main, but then it uses multiple others. I'm wondering how I want to solve this, like in playable entity, when we figure out which of these that should be enabled and which should be disabled. Definitely priority, I guess. Like, do we want to sort action visualizers based on input type and then priority? So we sort them into groups and then we sort them on priority. But I want to implement place here as well and see, but because place and terraform, they will share some of these. And now I'm starting to think, is the action system, so is it enough to depend on the actions? Like they are enabled or disabled based on other actions on the same entity. Like, could we rely only on those? Because I know that we can't place something at the same time as we're terraforming. So maybe it's okay. Huh. That would be pretty sick, actually. But still, okay. So I think that would work for these additional ones. But for this one, the main one, if we have multiple actions, I definitely don't want to change the action button that is used for something. So like if the player focuses an item at some point and it's A to pick up, a while later when the player is focusing some other item, I don't want to set, or I don't want to have it so that the pickup button changes between entities. So one entity is A for pickup and another one has B for pickup. That's just weird. Fuck. it would be extremely nice to have something like this link action. So here we do, it would be so nice, Terraform action on process change. Like if A is processing, something like this would be pretty sick. But then we have to get to this is processing first, and that happens from this one. It would be so nice if, so for instance, we listen to this one and on this one in these as well. Let's see, we can probably do it here before link action. But this one needs to know. So pretty much before we enable it, or yeah, before we enable it, we want to make sure that we don't enable another action visualizer of the same type with a higher priority. I don't know. want to try this. Okay, so enable, how enable is being used here, it's pretty much like this one. Now I'm starting to think that if generic action visualizer, I wonder if we want to do this with all of them actually. Because enable in this case and disable here, this just sounds like, so this is when the underlying action goes from, this is when it goes from available to ready, and this when it goes from ready to available. And these are actually going to be while we're processing something. So it's pretty much going to be Terraform Action Visualizer. We're going to start terraforming, so the character gets ready, and we're in the process of like terraforming, and that's when we're going to change or listen to all of these inputs, and then when the button is clicked again, that's when we finalize terraforming. So all of them will actually have this enable and disable, bind and unbind action. Okay, I think that's the way to go. It's the same with place. It's the same with place. That you have, like when we're processing, that's when we want to listen to additional input. Okay, so with that being said, we still have one problem, and that problem concerns that problem concerns like enabling multiple action visualizers for the same input, as I mentioned previously. Still don't know what to do about that. I'm guessing that input or playable entity will have to handle it in some way. But then again, This one we're gonna have to convert to the new system as well. How to solve the conflict. Like, I'm thinking we could also do some messaging systems. So these action visualizers, they send out some event when they are enabled or disabled or whatever, and then playable entity subscribes to it. And so when we get a message from one of the visualizers that want to be visualized, entity checks, are we currently visualizing something for this one? If so, compare priority and pick the bigger one. But then we always have the case where, so the one with the higher priority gets visualized, the other one gets forgotten, and then the one with the higher priority stops being enabled. So then we're in a position or situation where we have to poll for the one we should visualize. Don't like that. But I mean, yeah, we could also just in update or late update or whatever, just go through all of our action visualizers and visualize the ones that are enabled. Oh, it's gonna be so nice not having these input handlers out here, not having this check, this input count. Yeah. It's a way better system. Late update as well. Oh, one sec. Maybe it's not such a bad idea to just update it each frame. For now. Okay, for now, let's do something like this. Action visualizer. I want to remake this one as well. So, like, into a virtual class, I think. Because this one, whatever we're doing here is something we want to do here as well, but then we want to do, these are extra stuff, so to speak. But then again, then we would have two references like this, and maybe that's okay. Now when I think about it, like I'm trying to visualize a scenario where the player is focusing an entity that has more than one available action for a button slot. So let's say, I don't know what that would be, so an entity that is both what the fuck would that be? But then again, yeah. So if we have, yeah. Okay, the best example is just action jump. It should be available at all times unless we have some other action that has higher priority. Mm. You know, some dash and crash. Okay, I feel like I'm gonna have to think about how to prioritize them and put them into the list properly later today. But for now, we can implement place action visualizer as well. And I think we can take, we had it up here, didn't we, there? Action place visualizer. Yeah, we're gonna take this one and like convert it to this. Yeah, let's just grab these. Let's see, place action visualizer. Well, this one we don't need, so this one is temporary. Just something I tried, so let's remove that one for now. Okay, instantiate visual feedback. So this one we have previously done, so for the other ones we do this one on instantiate here. Place action visualizer, this one actually needs to instantiate specific things. That's what we want to do on enable. So instantiate visual feedback, do we have anything for that one? This one we want to, let's take this one as well. Dummy, exactly. Okay, here we actually have problem, I think. Maybe not actually. We're gonna fix something nice. One sec. So I wonder if so the problem I'm thinking about here is, so in Terraform Action Visualizer, we actually have a Terraform Brush Visualizer, which is a mono behavior object that moves around in the world and stuff like that. And we just do something very nice like this one basically. So this is a mono behavior object that's every update it mimics or it mirrors whatever stats we have here or whatever properties we have here. Show enables it and hide disables it. We're gonna have to do something similar with place action. So place dummy is not just gonna be a simple game object. It's going to be a so if this one is currently, this one is called a Terraform brush visualizer. Maybe I want to rename it Terraform brush, Terraform action, something. But this one is very similar to what I want to add for place action this time around. So the place dummy here. So I wonder, I could just be as straightforward as place action visualizer object and Terraform action visualizer object. Like I need to write a small to-do for this one. Or never mind, we don't need to, we can just do it like this actually. So on enable here, we do, but we don't even need this one, do we? Ah, yeah, we do. Enable, so place dummy is equal to create interactable place dummy, and the original game object is place action dot target dot game object. And then when we have that dummy, we do render object with highlights only, place dummy, and then finally we do place action private void update place dummy position. That's not entirely true. Is it? No. We want to listen to the actual action. Or do we? Yeah, we want to fetch this one every frame. So we want something that fetches this one and updates. So latest place transform. Target calculate, yeah. So then we take this one and we lerp towards it or whatever. Make it look nicer. But what would be a nice way to... I'm pretty sure we are gonna rewrite this one a little bit, yeah. So tomorrow, because I gotta run soon, but we are gonna rewrite this one, Terraform Brush Visualizer, and whatever the equivalent for place will be, they will be very similar in that they are mono behaviors that has a reference to a action. And in update, they get information from that action and updates the visuals. So this one updates size and grid position and stuff like that, while the place will update we'll take this one, latest place transform, and visualize the place dummy in a nice way. I'm pretty sure that's how we want to do it. think this is a nice Rapplay to have. We're gonna clean it up a bit, so I think we're gonna get rid of this abstract class and just make it into a virtual class, this one into a virtual class. Because this is something... Oh, but is it though? Oh, I'm gonna have to think about that, because then we're gonna have movement as well soon. Yeah, we are. Okay, for the most part, there's still some minor things I need to rethink here. But then we have one big problem, which I really, really hope I can solve until tomorrow. Or like come up with an attack plan at least. And that is how the communication between these will work, so that we only show one of them for each button slot. But yeah, Diggy, I have physical therapy today. I'm still sore from Thursday somehow. Fuck man, sometimes it's rough, but hang in there. Diggy, you too. So, okay, I just want to summarize today because I need to run now. I think it was a good day, given the fact that I've been doing my best during constant drilling from my neighbor. I think we got a few things done, and I think we can finalize it tomorrow, actually. I think we can. Because I think I can stream tomorrow. Or we will finalize it the next time I stream, for sure. But yes, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.